Trying out a couple of new things. I can now unmute myself in the starting soon screen. And you might have noticed that I have a whole bunch of things in the About panel. I decided to actually do the work to get this stream looking nice. I'll be up here in just a minute. Alrighty, looks like we're live. Where's my levels at? Might be a little bit hot on the music, but yeah, let me turn it down a little bit. Sweet. Alright, welcome back to work on my game engine. I'm starting to do this a lot more regularly now. Yeah, I think I'll get a regular schedule going here soon. I just have to decide when. But yeah. Oh man, something in my throat. Okay, I think I got it. Yeah, so what you're looking at here was an extended frame drop test, which I was running. There's a whole bunch of data on the left that's just zeros now, but during my testing, I had these filling up with data from the desktop Windows Manager, DWM. And if you had joined me for the hour or so I was on this Saturday? I suppose it's last Saturday, even though it was 2 days ago. I was investigating ways to avoid frame dropping in windowed mode, and I didn't come up with a solution that I thought was perfect because I didn't realize that there actually was no problem. I had originally I was dealing with major stuttering when I was in windowed mode because the frame rate of my game wasn't syncing up correctly with the frame rate of the desktop Windows Manager. Basically, old school OpenGL code, when you use swap buffers and GL finish and stuff on double buffered stuff. Double buffered OpenGL, generally you'll wait until the next vertical refresh or the next vertical blinking period. That's the period of time between when your display stops displaying the current frame and when it updates to the next frame. However, starting with like Windows Vista, Windows has had this intermediate layer called the Desktop Windows Manager, which gets in between that process. So when you render, you're not rendering directly to the screen. You are rendering to a off-screen bitmap somewhere, and the Windows Manager will take and composite that into what you see on the screen. So that makes things like, if I was to switch to the editor, let me do that real quick. It's a really useful feature, and I don't want to suggest that it should go away at all. But for example, in the editor, if I was to take and undock the game window and make a floating window out here, I can mouse over and still see on the taskbar the preview of the full window, the test game project window, even though it's partly covered up by the game. And that's one of the features that DWM helps with. But yeah, it turned out that when I was doing analysis of frame by frame to see if I was still losing frames. I was actually not losing any frames at all. It was just that my NVIDIA capture card or capture was dropping a frame every 60 frames, and if I took a high-speed iPhone camera and actually physically record the screen, every frame is getting rendered. So I'm happy with that, and I'm ready to move on. This is a perfect frame sync. And of course, when you're in full screen mode, exclusive full screen mode on Windows, that's not even an issue, because you don't have to deal with DWM when you do that. All right, so where does that leave us? Well, that leaves us with this. I'm going to stop the gameplay in game mode and then press play again. And I should see, yeah, there it is. Duplicate subscription to single event type on a callback. So for starters, even though Play in Editor is working, Play in Editor has some issues if you run it more than once. So there's two areas that I need to worry about cleaning up a little bit. Like if I continue, this will still run. It'll still resume Play in Editor. But now I've got duplicate event subscriptions. So there's a couple of areas where I was thinking that in your game code you wouldn't ever need to worry about cleanup. Events was one of them. The idea was that you just, when the game is initializing, you just at initialization time, you request callbacks on all the enterprise events that you care about. So you'll, for example, if I go to test game, this is the initialization code for the game that's being run by the engine right now. We subscribe to controller wake events, the purpose of which is to rebind the player one input stream to be whatever controller was last awoken, whatever. So like if I to go back to test the standalone test game, if I run it, I've got a Xbox gamepad here. I'm just plugging it in. There we go. So like by default, the keyboard and mouse are the controls that are in use. But if I push a control on the Xbox controller, it will identify that I awoke that controller and that it rebinds it to be player one's controller. So I'm not simultaneously using keyboard and mouse. So like if I hold down D and then I move the left thumbstick, it's still not moving right even though I'm still holding down D, because it rebound the controller. That avoids duplicate input. But this sort of a thing, you think that, oh, you only have to subscribe once, right? Because you do it at the start of the game, and then you're always going to care about the controller wake event throughout the lifetime of the program. And that's actually not correct, particularly in the case of the editor, because in the editor, we're starting and stopping the whole thing a whole bunch of times. So we need to make sure that everything cleans up correctly. And furthermore, we can't just do that cleanup code from the game, because I can't count on every build of every game project cleaning up after itself. That's unreasonable. We need to be able to clean up after poorly written game code. So let's try cleaning up a little bit. So let's start with the events. We're going to probably need to go through all of the systems one by one. So I'm actually going to open up a terminal, and I'm going to do gendocs for Windows. There's a batch script inside the root directory for generating the HTML documentation. I'm running that real quick. Just because it might be a little bit easier for me to track what needs to be cleaned up from by referring to this list instead of keeping it open in my VS Code somewhere. So for starters, we're going to be cleaning up after the event system. It's one of the foundation systems. Like if we go back to the systems page, I've got this diagram here that explains we've got 3 foundation systems, 3 interface systems, and then 2 behavior systems. So time, events, and file, these are the things that all these other systems are built upon. So events, we'll start with events, time, and file. I don't think we really have much to clean up after in terms of the time and the file system, but events, we have to deal with the event subscriptions. So let's go out here. Let's go to runtime time.cpp. I'm going to go to the editor runtime real quick because that's where the main game loop, quote unquote, occurs. All right, so we start with I might want to reorder this. So we start with creating the primary window, which is actually different than displaying the primary window. We create it first because we need the OpenGL context for the game to initialize correctly. So we create the window, we set isEditor to true, so that way the game code or the game engine knows that we're going to be running inside of a shell. We create the engine runtime, which is basically we just literally construct it and then disable play on editor, and then we do an event subscription, which is probably where this is the issues start, because this event subscription does not have a correlated unsubscription. So let's take a look at what we got in events. We've got subscribe. I did actually do an unsubscribe call. Let me look at that. So that would be events.cpp. And here we are in unsubscribe. So how did I do that? Okay, it looks like what I did is I just simply iterated through all of the callback pointers for a specific event type. So callback pointers is a unordered map, basically a hash table of the name of the event type corresponding to a list of callback pointers and associated states. And we track the associated states because when we go to invoke a callback, the callback code can sometimes care about what state it's in, and it's or what state it was invoked in. So we have to track all of that information. So it looks like when I go to unsubscribe, I literally just go through that whole list. I identify whether the callback is the one that we are trying to unsubscribe, and if it's the same, then we erase it. And it looks like, and actually I should probably do braces around this. It looks like we continue on after we encounter the first registered callback. So if we register a single callback to a single event type more than once, which right now I have Enterprise issuing warnings against if you do that, this will go through and catch all of them and remove all of them. That's probably good. I'm gonna say that that's actually a good implementation and just use it. So for starters, I should probably in here and destroy the engine runtime, use EP events, and then unsubscribe. And then we can pass in the type, which was editor quit requested. And then, oh, okay, yeah. And this is where, yep. So this is something that I thankfully I had anticipated. You'll notice that in the create engine runtime, I am actually passing in a Lambda function. I'm not actually declaring a function and then passing in its pointer. I'm just doing it in place here. When you do it this way, in C++, when you do a captureless Lambda, so the square braces here are empty. This is equivalent to declaring a function and passing in its pointer. So this actually has a location in memory somewhere. It's not associated with an object. So what what the problem is that when I want to unsubscribe, I need to know the address of this lambda. How do I get that? I do that by returning the pointer from subscribe, which is, you know, a little bit of a hack, but whatever. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do a EP events event callback pointer. So this is the pointer to a event callback, and I'll say quit response, and then I can say for the lambda, I can say quit response equals that, and then I can pass in quit response to unsubscribe. To be honest, that's barely better than just declaring the method. And I'm wondering whether I should just declare the method. Yeah, you know what? I think I will. I think I will just declare the method. An argument could be made that any situation where you need to unsubscribe the callback, you probably want to do the response code outside of the subscription, but I don't know. I'll leave that API available, but what I'll do here, instead of passing in a lambda, I will just say static void, or no, static bool on editor quit request, and then enterprise events pass references to the event object through the callback. So I need to do an EP events event by reference, and I habitually use the letter E, but it doesn't matter what I pass in here. And then I will simply invoke quit and then return true. And I can do editor quit, like so. Wait, editor. Sorry, we're in the net editor namespace already, so I need to do editor runtime quit. And that works. Perfect. And then I don't need to track the output anymore. And coming down to here, instead of passing in a variable that contains the callback pointer, I can just pass in the address of the function itself. So let's do that. Cool. And now the code reads that after we've got the engine running, we subscribe to editor quit requested, and then we unsubscribe when we go to destroy. I could probably do away with this eventually, because one of the things that I'm going to need to do when we destroy the engine is get rid of all of the callbacks anyway. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it might already automatically be dumping all of that. But just for good coding practices, I'm going to leave this change so that it is obvious that I had thought about making sure that the subscription was unsubscribed. A good practice would be just to always unsubscribe at cleanup if you subscribe at init. Cool, so let's keep going. We do a subscription, and we have a destroy engine runtime where we clean up after that. Oh, hey, Joyo. Welcome. Hello. You might notice that I've got a lot more about page panels than I did last time. I'm starting to actually start doing Twitch stuff properly. So I've got a chatbot and commands and things going. How's your day going so far? It's fine if you want to lurk. I'm just happy to have you here. I spent a while on the still not Discord though. Yeah, I'm on the fence about Discord. Like I enjoy using Discord. Okay, that still builds. I enjoy using Discord. It's just that I don't think I have enough content, time, or patience to sustain a community. I have a Discord account, of course, but I mean, I don't have like a forum or anything like that. I don't know. Is that something that you would like to see? Is that something that everybody does? That I just like? What's the value of me having a Discord? Here we go. I wasn't sure if you were actually lurking or if you were just trying out the lurk command. Okay, it's looking like I'm gonna need to make a couple of lists. Lists are a very useful tool. Basically, as I dig through the init and cleanup processes, I'm realizing it's kind of a little bit messier than I'd like it to be, because some things will need to be flushed whenever plain editor ends, and some things will need to be flushed when the runtime ends. So just to review, let me go back to the editor. Here we go. So in the editor, and I start playing editor to see the simple scene we got going and the frame counter. In the editor, if you start and stop, the scene view is intended to be the place that you still edit your scene, and that requires access to running, working game systems. So you add a game system to your title, and then in the scene editor, you have access to the components that it exposes. And later on, I'll also be setting it up so that you can make your own editor windows and things like that, so you can extend the editor to do a bunch of game-specific things. But the point is that stuff isn't supposed to be cleaned up just because you clicked stop. And I need to figure out which things need to be cleaned up and flushed at which times. So let's start with cleaned up. In my opinion, it's just a great way to have public discussions in a private environment. You mean so in a place where the FBI won't see it? Or do you mean like a place where... because like if it's a public discussion, it's still a public discussion, right? Like, why is that different than just having a conversation on Twitch? This might be one of the areas where my advanced age is showing a little bit. I'm 31, and I've started to, with Twitch and stuff, kind of lag behind what all the kids are doing these days. Clean up at editor play clean up, and then I mean, it's not public like Twitter, but it's not as private as direct messages, and it also works when you're not live. Okay, yeah, I see what you're talking about. It just kind of seems like a waste of a server, though, right? If it's essentially just a chat room. But I don't know. Yeah, it seems to be a very common thing. Like, I've got streamer friends that all have their own servers. Of course, what they do is more like a show than what I do. I'm not really here to entertain per se. I'm here just to work in front of people. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to rethink that because you're not the first person to try and find my Discord. Okay. So I've got two separate lists started. So things that need to be cleaned up at editor play cleanup, and things that need to be trashed with the engine runtime. So the first would probably be subscriptions. So subscriptions. Oh, even just saying that, it gets messy. Okay, and the reason why it gets messy is because if a system itself, if we go to time, if we go to test game.cpp, we start with GameSysInit. So GameSysInit is the entry point for setting up your game systems. And it's independent from GameInit and Editor PlayInit because I want it to be clear that this is the code that executes in all circumstances, and this is not called every time you start and stop your game in Plain Editor. It's only called when you go to reload your game. So if we set up a system, like in this example, this is the simple renderer 2D that we have displaying all the stuff on the game view. If we have a game system that sets up a subscription, so like if we have a special like input handling system and we have it like subscribe to EP, events, whatever, then those are subscriptions that we don't want to clean up at editor play cleanup. That's stuff that we want to keep around. So we've got some subscriptions that need to be cleaned up in each instance. Now that's okay. So that's a layer of complication. I can't simply I don't really like the idea of making two separate APIs for that. Like I don't want to do like an EP events and like subscribe as system or something like that. That feels awkward to me. To have two separate calls just so that they will clean up at different times. It's possible that's a perfectly fine way to do it, and that might have limited friction with game developers using this engine. But I don't like it very much. I mean, the Discord server doesn't just have to be a mere chat room. You can also expand it, i.e. when you have a question about something, you can ask the Discord and somebody might answer. Okay, yeah. All right, I think I'm turning around on this. I'll have to take a look at setting up a Discord then. I have a friend who's like, who really goes like all in on setting up everything to be fully automated, and he's got like a really awesome integration between his Discord and his stream. And I'm gonna put in the chat real quick information about him. I set up Twitch commands to share info about some of my friends on stream. This is Edonk. He normally he streams gameplay, but he is a programmer and audio bro, and he I might refer to him when it comes to setting up a Discord. But yeah, I'll look at it. Yeah, he's in that circle. Embario is how it. I got into contact with Embario through Edon, and contact is a strong word. Embario and I just both joined his channel, and I think we might have played together on stream once. I'm not sure, but yeah, that's the 3 degrees of separation between you and me, I think. Yeah, so how else could I handle cleanup without I just had this wacky idea that when we go to stop play an editor, that we actually destroy and recreate the runtime again. Let me take a look at that. I have a feeling like I shouldn't be doing it that way, but I'm gonna have to think this through because it might be a more elegant solution than what I've got going now. So in the case of play and editor, when we start and stop, we want the scene that's loaded to remain loaded. However, because the scene can be operated on by your game code, what we have to do is we have to serialize and deserialize that scene anyway. And this is what other professional game engines do, like Unity and Unreal Engine. When you use play and editor, they will serialize everything that's in the scene, whether or not you have actually saved the changes to your scene. It'll serialize that to a location in memory, then play the game, and then when you stop, it will deserialize from that copy of the scene in memory, and that in effect resets everything back to the way it was before you started play and editor. And that's what we want. What I'm thinking about is whether, in addition to that, we would be all right with destroying and recreating the engine runtime. Because if we did that, and then just resubscribe to the events that we need for the editor, then that would guarantee that game code doesn't accidentally leave enterprise stuff going in the background. So like if you have an event subscription that you start in your game code and then you forget to uncouple it, it doesn't start ballooning on you when you play and stop. I also like the fact that you can have multiple chats in one server. You could have a project suggestion channel, code help channel, general channel. Yeah, I guess the thing I keep getting hung up on is that there are so many places on the web for that already. Like when I was trying to spot a frame drop issue, I went onto Reddit, and I went onto Reddit's graphic programming subreddit and asked for help there. Because there's thousands of people there, and I don't think I'm gonna get thousands of people in my Discord, right? But I guess it I don't know. I guess you could be more. You could have people who are like in your circle see and answer you more quickly. Or people can just like ask me questions if they want to get my take on something. Yeah, I'm seeing what you're putting down. I'm thinking about it. I spent pretty much all of yesterday getting my Twitch overhauled to use things like bot, and I've got like a emote generator that displays emotes on the screen. And so I kind of just want to work for a little bit before I get back into the weeds. So what would the consequences be if we dumped the whole engine runtime? Let's start by analyzing that. We'll go to runtime.cpp for the engine side. So this is the engine runtime. Okay, so the first thing we do is init console is going to go the way of the dodo in the future. I'm going to get rid of that. But this block only executes when we are in standalone, or if we're running through the launcher. We do file init, input init, graphics init. And file init sets up all the path redirection. Input init itself has event subscriptions, which is another Another complication. Yeah, whoever said that game engine architecture would be easy, huh? I mean, nobody. The answer is nobody. Nobody ever said that. But see, events are so flexible and they're so useful that I want to keep them around. Like I like to use them everywhere for simple things. Like when I was working on the motion and the frame drop problem. I wonder if I still have recordings of that. Yeah, like when I was working on the frame drop problem, and this is a video capture of that, I had all this information displaying on the frame, and I could only do that by passing the data from my Win32 layer to my game layer, and I did that without coupling anything by passing it as an event. So it's like super useful to use everywhere. If you ask questions on Stack Overflow, Reddit, and stuff like this, often you get people redirecting you to other websites, which isn't very useful most of the time. Yeah, I don't. To be honest, I don't know how true that is. I think it has more to do with the questions that you ask, because like I'm totally the guy who will on Reddit, if somebody asks a question that could be answered with a Google search, I will totally just paste the link for them and then like not elaborate too much on it. I don't do it disrespectfully. I just say, take a look at this, rather than writing paragraphs of answers. But like, for example, the group that I was speaking with about the problem I was just describing, I think they were pretty respectful of my time, because if I go to that post, and this is kind of we're talking about kind of the programming culture now, and to be clear, I'm talking about Reddit, not Stack Overflow. Stack Overflow is a cesspool of people just like shooting you down and canceling your question because they don't think it meets some kind of guideline. But yeah, like on this one, I put in all the details. I put in the video of the thing and, explained all the things that I looked into, and everybody who responded, they responded with actual, helpful suggestions, or well-intentioned suggestions, instead of just linking to a resource that I probably have already seen. So I've been having a good run on Reddit. Stack Overflow is Stack Overflow is a mess. I still ask questions there and I still get answers there, but the time between my posting a question and getting an answer, it tends to be months. And like if I ever get an answer, and they there's a lot of folks who will just like downvote something if they if they don't like it for whatever reason. And yeah, or like Stack Overflow, some mod will say, oh, this isn't a question for Stack Overflow, but then it still gets hundreds of upvotes because it's such a popular question. Yeah, Stack Overflow is not a place for smart people, in my opinion. I don't know, but yeah, I see what you're saying though. With the Discord, it's going to be a community that already is supportive, because they joined the Discord. I could see that being a perk. I think that the way that I'm going to have to do this is I'm going to have to track the events that are subscribed during Play in Editor, and then automatically unsubscribe them when Play in Editor is over. Man, that's I don't know, that might be a big ask. It might not be. So the idea is that if we go to event subscribe, let's take a look at what that function actually does. So event subscribe takes a hash name of the event. I call it a type of event, even though maybe I should call it a name. I don't know. So like you would pass in the hash of the string that represents the event that you're wanting to listen to, and then you pass in the pointer, and that's pretty much it. I have a warning here on debug builds that checks to see whether you've already subscribed with that callback to that event type, because that might suggest that you aren't using the event system correctly. Oh, that's interesting. The music changed away from Zelda and Chill to the Mandalorian as lo-fi. That's, huh. All right, let me throw on some other music. I always tend to go back to sessions, but it's good. It's good music, and it's copyright free. So yeah, this warning here is only in debug builds. So truly, the subscription event is actually as simple as these two lines here. We emplace the callback and the state that we're in into the callback pointer's map using the type as a key. So what I'm considering is setting up a intermediate layer, or like a check. So like if you're in the editor, we would track whether we're in play in editor or not. So whether play in editor is active. And if play in editor is active, then you invoke event subscribe. Then we know that it's code that's happening outside of game sysint. So the systems are already set up, and we are setting up the play state, not the game systems. And then on that check, and let me just start coding it. Say if runtime is editor, except for I need to, I think that's a private access. EP runtime. Hang on a second. Yeah, so runtime is accessible here, but no, is it? IntelliSense is not picking up on it. Oh, I guess I don't have runtime. Let me add it. Include enterprise runtime.h. Okay. So I say if runtime. There's a member here called is editor, but I think that's private access. Yeah, there it is. EP runtime is editor is inaccessible. That's not really an issue. I just need to make runtime, make events a friend of runtime, so that they can share private members. But anyway, if the runtime is in editor, so if we're is editor, then we can also check whether runtime is running. We can check to see whether we are running. If these things are both true, then we are in play in editor. Okay, that makes sense. The question I had last time with base64 stuff, if I had asked on Stack Overflow, it probably would have taken a few weeks before I got a response. And if I'm unlucky, I would have gotten a URL to the Python docs. Yeah, Stack Overflow, I think that's the place where good intentions go to die. I really don't like Stack Overflow. I think like Stack Overflow is good if you're searching for an answer to a question, because there's a lot of good information there from previously asked questions. But like if you're the person who asks the question, then like you're almost always going to be, shot down, and nobody will answer you, or they'll answer you with they won't bother to understand your question, and they'll respond with why didn't you just try this, and treat you like an idiot. So yeah, I totally get you. Have you ever have you tried the programming communities on Reddit? I have a lot of good things to say about them. They tend to be way more helpful than Stack Overflow, though that's a pretty low bar, to be honest. Not yet. Yeah, there's a couple of places to look at. There's a with you don't use Reddit often. Yeah, it took me a long time to start using Reddit, but I would say that it's very helpful for programmers and you know, game developers and artists and things. There's a community for everything on Reddit. For my OpenGL questions, I'll either go to reddit.com /r/OpenGL is a good one. There's also a more general graphics programming subreddit. Oh, except for you need an S in there. There we go. And this has got more members because it's also the Vulkan and the DirectX folks. And see, like, this person's like, hey, anybody know what's going wrong? Like, he's got a weird shadow issue. And there's probably a bunch of helpful suggestions. I mean, sometimes it's like simple, like, have you tried RenderDuck? Because that's like, you know, sometimes that's the full answer. But, you know, it's like, you know, people are pretty supportive. And I'm sure there's a Python one. Yeah, R Python. People showcasing their things too. There's tutorials. Oh, it looks like their showcases are like ranked by level too. I think it's red. Resource discussion. It looks maybe like they don't have as much in the way of questions because they don't have a question flare. But yeah, I mean, you'll find somebody online on Reddit that'll be able to help you generally. But anyway, so the thought is that if we are in Play in Editor, when we go to subscribe to an event, we handle things a little differently. We will track every type callback pair. And the purpose of this is that when the Play in Editor is done, we can then ask the engine to dump all of these callbacks, and it would specifically go through and iterate through the list of these type callback pairs and remove them, leaving in place all of the engine, editor, and game system calls. I like that solution a lot now that I'm thinking about it out loud. So let's go ahead and implement it. Let's go to events.h. Actually, we need to go to runtime.h. Or if you're unlucky, you get a URL redirecting you to a previous Stack Overflow question with an answer that was written for a... Yeah, I mean, with Python, is Python 2 to 3... I think I've heard this before, that Python 2 to 3 like was fundamentally different. So like if you just turned on Python 3, that it would like break Python 2 code. Is that accurate? I'm not really part of that circle. Yeah, so I see what you mean. Yeah, that's frustrating. Yeah, that's it's annoying. You get that in C++ too, to a certain extent, because there's, like, technically speaking, a lot of the stuff that you have in the old C++ can run correctly in the new versions, but occasionally there's deprecated features, and even if there's not deprecated features, there's newer, more modern features that are just like way better than the old solutions. So yeah, it's sort of, yeah. I wouldn't say that that's uniquely a Python problem, and in terms of like getting expired questions online, but yeah, Python has it a little bit more rough because you can't just, they just don't care about backwards compatibility between 2 and 3, I guess. Oh, hey Miguel, good afternoon. Welcome in. We are working on expiring event subscriptions when we exit Play in Editor. And to do that, I'm going to need to friend events. And I think I need to include the header here. So this is runtime.h. We've got included graphics. We also need to include enterprise events.h. Here's your day going so far, Miguel. Oh, I'm in the wrong runtime header. This is the, this is the editor runtime. Runtime.h for the engine. All right, here we go. So there's events. Get down to the bottom. These are the private members. So we friended window file. I will friend class events. There we go. So my syntax was also wrong. It's friend class when you're friending a whole class. Cool. Good. And then back in the events.cpp. These should be unsquiggling soon. There we go. And now we need to track the parameters to the subscription function. So to do that, I'm going to make a static. I guess this could be. I'm going to do this as a static vector because I know the size of hashname and type, or hashname and event callback pointers types. So those two types will have a fixed small size constantly, and people are going to be playing an editor and stopping playing editor quite a lot. So an std vector of std pair of hashname and event callback pointer, and this will be the editor play callbacks. Except for we are not inside of an events method, so I have to prefix this with events. Cool. So yeah, vectors are dynamically resized arrays, but the way that they work is that they, when you run out of space inside of the array, it will, instead of just allocating more memory for the end, it will allocate a whole new block for the entire array, and then copy all the data from the smaller original allocation to the new allocation. And that's, not great if you're having to reallocate a lot. There's ways that you can mitigate, but in this case, I think it's a perfect fit because these are the std pair. This is just a tuple of these two small data types, literally two 8-byte size types. Because this is a pointer that's on a 64-bit system, and this is a UINT64T. Just having all of these in a row makes it way faster to iterate through. However, I will also need to know how many elements to erase. So we're going to do a static. I'm going to do a size t. That's a size type, which is just a 64-bit. Integer type, and we will call that editor play callback count 0, like that. Okay, and these will only be used in here. So what we'll do is that we'll take, and when we go to subscribe, we check to see whether we are in the editor and we are running. Yeah, that makes sense. And then in here, we will add to this list. We'll do in place back, and we will inside of the parameters, we will construct the tuple. So this will be a tuple containing the parameter name type and the parameter name callback. What's going wrong? No instance of vector in place back with std pair matches the argument list. Oh, right, I don't have to use the braces. I forgot about that. So the way that in place back works is that it just forwards these to the constructor of the type that you're adding. So this is equivalent to me constructing a pair with these two parameters in the constructor, but the difference is that it's being constructed inside of the destination, so it reduces a copy that's unnecessary. Anyway, editor play allocations in place back, and I think that's actually all we need to do here. I do need to wrap this because this only makes sense when we are in the dynamic builds. So I need to do if def ap build dynamic, and then do a corresponding end if. And then Alt Shift F to apply my Clang format. Cool. And and I need to do editor play callbacks count plus to increment the number of items inside of. Wait, what am I saying? This is a vector. I don't need to do that. I'm being tired. Vectors have the ability to track the number of elements in them, so I can just get that data from the vector itself. Cool. And then, so if we're in a dynamic build, we will check to see whether we're in the editor and whether we're running. And then in a static build, so when we're playing the game by itself, when we're shipping a game, it doesn't do this check because play an editor is not a thing in the shipping game. Okay, cool. And then when we go to, and then the other subscription method just invokes the top one, so we're good there. So I need a method now for cleaning up the play and editor registered stuff. So I'll do void events cleanup. I'll say unsubscribe editor play callbacks. Yeah, that seems like a good title. It'll accept nothing and return nothing, and basically it'll just do a for loop through the editor play callbacks. So we'll say for auto. I'm actually going to need to do this as an iterative for loop because I want to do a reverse iterator, and we'll see why in a minute. So what we're going to do is we're going to do for auto r_it in set that equal to r_begin on the container, and then we'll say r_it is not equal to editor play callbacks dot r_end, and then r_it plus r_it. Okay, now we've got a decent looking for loop there. So what this is doing, this style of iteration, if you're not familiar with it, it's basically you get an iterator through the container, which is a thing that you can dereference to get the element, and then when you add or subtract one to it, it will move to the previous or the next element, and it's a great way to abstract accessing container types. And the reason why I'm using this instead of something like a range-based for loop, which is a lot cleaner code, is because I'm going to be removing these elements from the back as I go. So the idea is that I start at the end, and then I get rid of that element at the end, and then I move back to the element before it, and I'm cleaning up after myself as I go. I'm not invalidating the iterator as I go. So what we'll do here is we've got the reverse iteration going through from front to back. We'll just say unsubscribe And just so that IntelliSense will stop screaming at me, I'm going to go back to events.h and add this method. Unsubscribe, cleanup. We'll do it above cleanup. Like that. Okay, cool. And then this should be better in a second. There we go. Cool. And now I've got IntelliSense for the other stuff. So we'll use unsubscribe. And then we will use RIT first as the type, and then the callback was RIT second. Because you dereference the reverse iterator, we get the pair of hash name and type. This is an iterator for a vector containing a pair of hash name and event callback pointers. So we just pass those in. And then we need to delete the back element. So we'll need to do RIT equals It's occurring to me right now that I think the erase method. Oh, wait, no, yeah, that's right. Let me double check on CPP reference. Which, by the way, this is the best resource for looking up C++ standard library stuff. If we get our end. How do you set the C++ compiler in VSC, in Visual Studio Code? This is, so there's several ways to do it. I'm going to show you the way that I do it because it has to do with the nature of the project that I'm in. You got the basic C++ extensions. Yeah, so the C++ extensions, I think they come with, I'm going to double check what's in there. So this is the basic. Where's the list of the extensions? Can I see the list, please? Whatever. Oh, here's the extension pack. Okay. C++, C++ themes. Okay. Yeah, so the C++ extension pack comes with CMake and CMake tools. So CMake tools is the way that I tend to pick my compiler. So at the very, very bottom here, I don't really, I guess I can do this, yeah, and it'll zoom up a little bit bigger. So at the very, very bottom, you'll see I have CMake debug ready, and then it'll say, click to change the active kit. Kits are the way that CMake tools handles this. So first, you have to be in a CMake project. You have to have set up a CMake lists.txt file in your base folder. Mine is here. So this is the base CMake file for my project. And then you have to open that folder in Visual Studio Code. And then VS Code will detect that you are in a CMake project and it'll set up CMake tools on the bottom. Then you have to pick a variant, which by default contains all of the default CMake configurations, which is debug, release with symbols, and then minimum size release, which is a slightly different kind of optimization, optimizing for size rather than speed. And you can set that here, and then you can click on the kits section and then pick your compiler. So in my case, I installed Clang separately. It seems all unnecessary and complicated. Yeah, it's something that you have to deal with. When it comes to most languages, virtually none of them will take care of this for you. Python's a bit better in the sense that you install Python and then you're good to go, but it's not really that way. You just have tools like when you're running in with the Python extensions in VS Code and in your other tools, they just know to invoke Python, the Python executable, whereas in C++, you have to invoke the compiler and the linker many times, and the steps involved will vary greatly depending on how you want to build. CMake Tools, once you have it installed, it makes it way simpler to just switch between things. So I can just quickly switch between my 3 custom configurations. I can click here and then change to MSVC if I click on the MSVC one. And then it says loading kit, community 2019 release AMD 64. And suddenly I'm using the MSVC compiler instead of Clang. But I prefer to use Clang myself, just because it gives slightly nicer error messages, and also because if the code compiles here, then I know that it compiles on Mac. I might have rattled that off kind of quick. Send help. Yeah, if you can identify what you're doing, I might be able to help you if you're looking at that with C++. But yeah, with the thing I like about CMake Tools is that if you have set up your project correctly, you can just open up the folder containing the project and just automatically build it. So like in my case, for example, as long as you have a compiler installed and you download and open up Enterprise inside of Visual Studio Code, CMake Tools will automatically set up everything you need to build, and that's pretty great. But it's on the person making the project to make sure that that all works correctly. So it's kind of a mixed bag. Anyway, we were doing an unsubscribe for the reverse iterator stuff. So we do unsubscribe for our reverse iterator first and reverse iterator second as the parameters. And then I was looking up the erase for the I just want to write hello world in C++. If you're just getting started, I would recommend using Visual Studio instead of VS Code. It's more of a it's Visual Studio is so much better suited for beginners, and in some ways it's better suited for C++ development in general. I just happen to be using CMake because I'm going cross-platform and I'm building from source, and that lends itself well to Visual Studio Code. But yeah, I would try Visual Studio if you're just doing Hello World. If you have any questions about how you do that, just let me know. That probably wouldn't take too much time. Here we go, erase. So all I wanted to do was take a look at the erasure and make sure that I get the right element out. So when we go to erase, we can pass in... Okay, cool, we pass in the first and the last iterator. Okay, so if I pass in an iterator to erase, then I should be getting the iterator following it, right? Iterator following the last removed element. Okay, and because it's based on the iterator, in this case a reverse iterator, because we're using rbegin and rend, then I can simply do rit equals editor play callbacks dot erase, and then pass in rit. Right? Is that not going to work? I want to switch from my PyCharm IDE to an IDE or text editor that can handle both Python and C++ without having me having to do much. Yeah, I don't think Visual Studio, the main one, does much with Python. It might, but it tends to not be the place that people go. Okay, Visual Studio can do Python, but it's not really cross-platform. The only thing you can do with Visual Studio on Mac, for example, is .NET programming and C#. So yeah, VS Code might be what you want, but yeah, setting up Hello World on VS Code in C++ is significantly more complicated. I do have a YouTube channel that I would recommend. if I could just remember his name off the top of my head. Here it is, Jacob Sorber. He's a instructor, and he does C and C++ stuff a lot. And he primarily works from source with CMake in VS Code. So I'll throw that in the chat. That's one I would recommend a whole bunch of people look at, even if you're, Python only. Like it teaches you a lot about memory to know how all this stuff works. But he probably has a hello world, I'm assuming. Oops. Perhaps in this playlist they'll learn C++ or learn C in minutes. I don't know. I haven't gone through his. This is an advertisement that you're looking at here. I haven't gone through his tutorials on the low end, but yeah, it's if you're looking at like starting to work that way in VS Code with CMake, a lot of his videos will apply. Maybe I'll do a tutorial myself on this on YouTube, and I could forward that along to people who ask. Installing the compiler. Yeah, you do have to download and install the compiler. So Clang is LLVM compiler. You basically just go to clang.llvm.org, go to download, and then you can download LLVM, and that'll give you access to Clang. So yeah, Clang is my preferred compiler, but by default, a lot of folks will use MSVC on Windows. And there's more options than those two, to be clear. There's also a GCC is another really popular one. I think it's like the GNU compiler. I think I forget what it stands for, but did I paste it in that chat? Yeah, here. Yeah, so I thought this was going to be the easy part. So erase is not returning, or it's not accepting the arguments that I thought. Why are there multiple compilers? Well, that's maybe a tough question to answer. What are the differences? Yeah, that's not an easy question to answer. The bottom line is that a whole bunch of platforms use C and C++, and all these platforms are spearheaded by different communities and different companies. So you'll want to be able to compile C code on both Mac, Linux, and Windows. But Microsoft and Apple are interested in their own ecosystems, right? So they may have their own internal reasons for needing a compiler that's different than some other compiler. Clang is available on every platform, basically. Same thing with GCC. Apple doesn't even use Clang technically. Apple uses a version of Clang called Apple Clang, which is very close but not quite Clang. Yeah, so there's like, it's similar to the situation between DirectX and OpenGL, or DirectX and Metal and whatever. Just that there's moneyed interests had different reasons for different compilers, and then there's folks who refute that and do their own open source thing and do their own open source compilers, and then people like to use those and whatever. And so a lot of times the difference is taste. Some compilers, because of the way that they're built, will tolerate things that other compilers won't tolerate. So you might find that you write runs perfectly on MSBC, but then doesn't compile on Clang, simply because you did something that was technically not in the C specification, but MSBC was letting you get away with it, or vice versa. I tend to prefer Clang because when I do have an error and it pops up down here, it'll tell me in a bit clearer language what I did incorrectly. And then also, Clang is similar enough to Apple Clang that I can be reasonably confident that if something compiles here, that it'll compile on macOS. Anyway, I think I've been getting off track a little too long. I just need to get this erasure done. So why isn't it accepting my erasure? So I just run the exe. Yeah, so in the case of LLVM, you go to download it. These are available on the GitHub release page. Yeah, I think they just offer an installer. So when yeah, so you'd be using LLVM win64.exe, and you just run it and then it'll install, unless you have a 32-bit computer, but I mean, you probably don't. Virtually nobody has a 32-bit computer anymore. And then that'll install, and then once that's available, you can go into CMake tools and then go to where it says select your kit, and you can say scan for kits, and it'll identify and enumerate the versions of Clang you have installed. And there's several versions of them. The topmost one is the one that I am using because it's intended to be run on a 64-bit computer for 64-bit machines. And Enterprise only supports 64-bit computers. I'm not bothering with 32-bit support. Okay. Yeah, c.erase it. Yes, you'll want to do that. Path is an environment variable. I think that you use environment variables in Python sometimes. It's just a place that your computer goes to look for applications when you submit a command on the command line. If you don't add it to path, then you have to specify the entire full path to Clang in order to run it, and that's no bueno. So this is the code that I was trying to do. It equals c.erase it, because the idea is that it erases the element at the iterator and then just passes back the iterator before it, and that's not working with this. So let's see here. C++ erase reverse iterator. Here we go. You see, this is what Stack Overflow is good for. It's for the question asked 12 years, 8 months ago. That has hundreds of votes. Okay, here we go. After some more research and testing, I found the solution. Apparently, according to the standard, the relationship between ibase and I is dereference the reverse iterator and then get the address of it. So the address of the value referred to by the iterator should be equal to I minus 1. Okay, that makes sense. So you need to apply an offset when getting the base. Therefore, the solution is cursor stack.erase I minus minus base. Okay, updating for C++11, reverse iterator, I is unchanged. How do I set up the compiler again? If you're using a CMake project, then you'll go into your kits. You'll say scan for kits, and then you'll select a kit. A kit is a compiler, basically. However, you're going to need to set up a CMake project if you're going to want to work that way, and that's not a beginner-friendly way to work. I'll reiterate. There's a project called CMake init. which is really helpful. There's an app where basically you invoke CMake init, and then it'll help you generate a CMake template. Not to throw too many things at you at once, but I kind of need to get back to what I was working on. Yeah, this looks simple enough. This tutorial I'm passing you passes the smell test when I took a quick look at it, showing you what a hello world might look like with CMake. And the idea is that you open up a folder containing those items, and then CMake Tools picks up the slack from there, and allows you to just select a kit and then compile and build and debug. Okay, so it looks like for this situation, what we have to do is we have to do std advance to move the iterator forward or backward, and then that's not very clear, and then we call erase on the base. I think I might have used this in my code before. No, I guess not. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to paste the code so I have it. Substituting my iterator. And my container name. But I need to quickly do some research on std advanced. Increments the given iterator by n elements. If n is negative, the iterator is decremented. Okay, I mean, so this is equivalent to doing arith++, from what I can tell. The behavior is undefined if the specified sequence of elements or decrements would be non-incrementable. Okay, so this simply advances by one element, which means that we're going back one element inside of the container. And then I need the iterator base. Here we go. Iterator of the same type, but pointing to the element next to the one the reverse iterator is currently pointing to. A reverse iterator always has an offset of -1 with respect to its base iterator. Okay, so this gets the element after the advanced element. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, this code seems to pass the smell test. I'm not going to use std advance. I'm just going to use arith++, and then do editor playbacks.erase. So the idea is that I am erasing the element after me, but by the time I'm doing that, I am keeping. I've already got the iterator incremented. All right, cool. I think I'm back on track. So let me reformat that. So in my for loop, I get the reverse iterator. I continue until we reach the end. And then I do the increment inside of the loop for the purpose of doing it before the erasure call. Okay, I think that makes sense. Cool. So now we have everything we need to handle cleaning up all of the event registrations for Play and Editor. Last couple of details I need to do. I need to do an if-def EP build dynamic and an end if as well. And then do the same thing back in events.h here. If-def EP build dynamic. Like that. Because this doesn't apply when we're in a standalone build. And then I need to invoke this. And that will be done when Play and Editor is ended. So I guess let's go to runtime in the editor. Okay, so we got start play mode and stop play mode. And so first thing we do is we invoke editor play cleanup, which is actually from the game project, and then we set is running to false. I'm going to need to add a method to the engine runtime now. Now that I'm looking at it. I'm still confused on how to set the compiler. Okay. Give me just a couple of minutes here to finish what I'm working on, Joyo, and I can actually show you a simple setup for a CMake project for Hello World. And I will reiterate that this is like not usually how beginners start. I was working on doing this. I was working on C++ in MSVC for years and years and years before I ever touched CMake. Because Visual Studio was just more beginner friendly. But yeah, I'm gonna need to add a core call here. So in addition to these calls, so we got the construction, run, and destruction, I also need a void cleanup editor play method. Then I'll go to MinGW is I think that's another compiler. I forget off the top of my head. Free and open source software development environments. Okay, yeah, it's a IDE. It includes support of the GNU compiler collection. That's the GCC we were talking about before. I've never used MinGW myself, but yeah, I think that might be just making this a little bit more complicated. The least complicated thing you can do would be just to use Visual Studio. That's what you did before Visual Studio was MinGW? That's cool. Everybody has their own path to learning these things. But yeah, let me wrap this up and then I'll show how to set up CMake on VS Code. So cleanup editor play, yeah. So inside of the engine runtime, after run and before the destructor, we're going to do void runtime. It was cleanup editor play. Cool. And now we have a call for the engine to clean up all of the editor play stuff. Good. And this is where we would invoke unsubscribe editor play callbacks. That would be in events, like so. And because events is, hang on a second. Is that public? I thought it was private. Oh, it is private. Oh, but we've friended class runtime for other stuff. Okay, cool. So the runtime and just invokes unsubscribe play callbacks when we finish the play in editor. Cool. And now this just to finish all the recursion, all the levels we're passing this call through. We're going to go to runtime.cpp for the editor, and in stop play mode, we first call editor play cleanup, so this invokes the game project's cleanup code, and then we do ep runtime cleanup editor play. Boom. All right. So I think that's everything. First, let's make sure everything compiles. I'm currently trying to learn C++ and want to have both Python and C++ on the same editor. You know, Joy, now that I'm thinking about it, that request might not be so helpful. That is, it's not necessarily better to work in the same program between Python and C++. VS Code is a good way to centralize, but I mean, like if you're, unless you're working on a project that has both Python and C++ in it, maybe it's okay to work with separate IDEs. Okay, what did I forget? A non-static member reference must be relative to a specific object. Oh, I didn't make it static. Let's go back to runtime.h. I forgot to make this guy. Forgot to make this guy static. Yeah, for that reason alone, I should move it outside of. No, that makes sense. Okay. Build and run. I've had 2 cups of coffee already, but I think I need a third. There are tutorials on YouTube about C++ configuration. Yes, so many tutorials. No member named. That's not correct, is it? Oh, I need to export the function. There we go. No, I should, to keep my style consistent, I should be doing it here. Like so. I wasn't able to install it on VS Code, but I'm happy with Visual Studio. Yeah. Yeah, Visual Studio. I think if I was going for Windows only on this engine project, I probably would still be in Visual Studio. To be honest. Come on. So we still have an error, a no member named unsubscribed editor play callbacks in EP events, but it's there. I mean, what did I forget? EP build dynamic. Which target is this failing to build for? This is a problem linking on the static build. Hang on a second. Did I? Oh, whoops. Okay. Yeah, the outer call, I forgot to do the ifdef stuff. Okay, hang on. I'm back on track. EP build dynamic. Oops. And then go to its header call. Sorry, Joyo, I know I decided I would show you a CMake project, but I'm not quite done with the thing I was doing. Oh, this is the editor runtime. There we go. And this needs to be in if build dynamic as well. Okay, that should be compiling for all targets now. Oh, except for I forgot to do EP API on this guy as well. Fuck. That probably will fail to compile in a second. Because I need to put this in front of the declaration. On this guy. So let's just go ahead and stop. There we go, and start over. Okay, and what did I forget? Oh, actually, okay, I don't actually need to do a EP API here because this whole class is being exported. Okay, that makes sense. Thankfully, we should be able to tell almost immediately whether this solution has worked, because when I go to stop and restart play an editor, I should no longer get that warning that there's a duplicate event subscription. But this was a pretty low level change, so you're seeing that I'm having to recompile a whole bunch of objects. About 40 objects. There we go. Build finished. Okay. Oh, and I'm still running the game target. Let me change that to the editor target. Okay, moment of truth time. So hit play. Cool. Everything seems to work like normal. I hit stop, and we have a debug assertion. All right, what do we got? Include vector iterators are incompatible. Click retry, And let's take a look at that stack. So this must be a issue with how I was doing the reverse iteration stuff. Okay, so we got R begin, R end, unsubscribe. How does it mean incompatible? Am I not allowed to invoke erase on a reverse iterator? That doesn't seem right. So let me stop and restart. I'm going to set a breakpoint on the line in question. We'll hit play, we'll hit stop, and let's step in and see what we got. So here we are in the reverse iterator constructor, stepping out. Okay, so the reverse iterator was constructed correctly. Last night I realized how important is open source. The contributions graph is a bonus point. Are you just talking about the value of open source in general? Or I'm not sure what you mean by the contributions graph. Okay, so now we're in the equality operator, not equal. When it comes to job interviews. So I'm not a professional programmer, so I think I'm not picking up on the language you're putting down. The contributions graph is a bonus point. Oh, I see what you mean. Like the contributions you've made on open source projects is helpful for job interviews. Okay, so we actually make it all the way to the unsubscribe method. And then inside of unsubscribe, okay, so we managed to invoke unsubscribe on the first element. Reverse iterator ++ should be pointing us to the element after the last element, and it does. Okay, so the issue is on the erase call. It just, for some reason, the call stack wasn't pointing towards this call in particular. Okay, actually, that's interesting. So we actually did manage to erase that callback. Oh, hang on a minute. I'm realizing that I probably... Oh, I made this way more complicated than it had to be. Okay, let me go into the events unsubscribe. Events unsubscribe already removes the callback from the callback stack. Okay, yeah, So I don't need to actually do this code at all. I just need to invoke unsubscribe, which means that I can just do this. Hang on a second. And then unsubscribe on type and callback. So this is a range-based for loop, which is a lot easier to read. And then I can just do editor play callbacks dot clear. And then that's suddenly way simpler. Okay. I hit play, hit stop, I hit play, I hit stop. Yes, okay, so I'm no longer getting any warnings about the subscription callbacks failing. However, I got a bigger problem now, which is that my input's not working. Let me retry. I must be erasing more callbacks than I thought. So right now the input works, I hit stop and I hit play, it starts over. And my input's no longer working. Okay, so there's a problem there. I'm going to come back to that in a minute, but first I promised Joyo that I would show a hello world with VS Code. So let's go ahead and just throw an example. So I'm going to find my software repo folder, and I've got an experiments folder in here for simple stuff. Hello world CMake. So this is where you start. You start with an empty folder. I then directly open up VS Code from here, and then you can start adding files. So the first thing you need is a CMake lists.txt. This is what defined your build system. And then I always forget the version that I'm on for CMake lists. So I usually just copy it from my base. Yeah, so I'm on 3.2.2, which I think is the most recent release build of CMake. So you specify what version you're building from, so that if a person is using a version of CMake that's too old, then they can just know that they need to update. And I think 3.22 installs with VS Code's CMake tools extension as well, I think. And then we need to do a add target, or add executable. And then we need to specify the name, and we need to specify the files that go into it. So this is going to be hello world, and then we'll specify a main.cpp file. And then I think that's it, actually, now I'm thinking about it. I don't do CMake writing all the time, but I'm pretty sure we just add the executable and then add the files, and that's it. So yeah, let's go back to here. So this is really simple. It's going to look for this file in this folder. So we're going to say new file main.cpp. And then in here, we can do all of our stuff. We'll start with the include IO stream, because this is how you get access to the STDC out. And then you can use, there's different ways you can declare the main function. I'm just going to use the void main, like so, which isn't supported by all compilers, but whatever. And then from here, we can say std cout, and then say hello world, that famous phrase. Std and L for flushing the line to the output. Hit save on that, and then hit save on this, and then down at the bottom you'll see that VS Code has identified that we are in a CMake project, because we start to see all the CMake stuff appear. So down here on the very bottom left, so the leftmost item besides your warnings, we have the debug section where you can pick your build variant. Before you can specify that, you have to specify your kit, and you'll see that it says no kit selected right now. So whichever one you click on, it'll prompt you to select a kit. This will show you all of the compilers you have installed, and if you don't see yours, then you can click Scan for Kits, and it'll search your computer for installed versions of Clang, GCC, and all of that. And once that's finished and you go back, you should see it pop up in your list. In this case, I'm going to be using the Clang with the GNU CLI, which Google it if you're not sure what all that means. And then I'm being sure to select the one that says AMD 64 because I am on a 64-bit computer, and I'm building for 64-bit computers. And it's a little it's cut off in my case, which is a little bit annoying. But if I was to select the second one, for example, you'll see that this says at the bottom that I'm using this on x86, which means that I'm building this from and for 32-bit machines. And the alternative one, I believe, hang on a second. Well, that's interesting. I thought that the other one, 161132413511, I thought that was going to say x86 -64 built from x86 for 64-bit computers, but that may not be correct. Okay, maybe I don't actually have those other options installed. But yeah, I have the choice between x86 and 64. I'm building from and for x64, so I select that. And then at this point, we actually should be able to just build. We've got the default variant selected, we've got a kit selected, and if I select build on the bottom here, it'll run the build system for this project. So a build folder was generated, and this contains everything needed to build. This actually is the build system for CMake, and then it tries to run it. And okay, in this case, the Clang compiler does not support this version, this declaration of main. I don't know what I did, but it works even though it tells me there are errors. Okay, don't ignore the errors. Even if it looks like it's working, there's probably something that's being overlooked. In my case, even though this is a very simple project, this declaration of main, I guess, is an MSVC thing. It's not part of Clang, so I actually have to do the C version of this, which is like I think it's like const car pointer, and I forget the ordering. There's one that's for it's argc and whatever. I will try first the one without parameters and see if that works, and so I'll click build again. Okay, and that works. So now it says build finish with Execode 0, meaning everything was fine. Source can't be found on include IO stream. Oh, well, you've got two S's in the one that you typed into chat. Is it two S's in your quote as well? Should be IO stream. Yeah, input output stream. It's all right. Yeah, so it should be able to find that. That's a part of the C standard library. So that would suggest that maybe you don't have the C runtime installed, maybe? I'm not really clear on how you got into a situation where you got a compiler installed, but not the C standard library headers. So you may need to install the Windows Development Kit or something. I'm not sure. But just to wrap up on this example, we have inside of the build folder, we've got debug, release with debug info. And inside of these folders, well, inside of the debug folder, because that's the configuration I built, we have hello-world.exe. And that's the output of this build. So if I go to the terminal now, and from here I go to invoke build slash debug, get into that debug output folder, and then I select hello-world.exe and hit run, we see hello world prints to the console there. So that executable executes this code, and we can see it on the console. So this is like the simplest example I can provide. In your case, it sounds like what's going wrong has to do with your installation, not with anything else. If you run your application, because you said it built anyway, does it print out hello world? Okay, then yeah, I'm not really clear on what that means. It could be that IntelliSense is not working correctly. Are you seeing the error in your build output, or are you seeing the error on your IntelliSense? Because the bottom line is that if you are on the text editor up here, yeah, then that's your IntelliSense not locating the path correctly. So I'm not really clear on how that happened, but if you go, there's a VS Code C++ programming tutorial. So this goes over what it takes to set up to run C++ on VS Code. It sounds like for one reason or other, IntelliSense is not locating the file path, but your compiler is. Because if your compiler wasn't able to find the include file, first of all, it wouldn't compile. And second, it wouldn't work. I mean, it wouldn't work because it wouldn't compile, but the method that you use to print hello world to the screen came from that header, so it's obviously working. IntelliSense is probably just not correctly identifying where that file is. So it thinks that there might be something wrong, even though it still is correct and the compiler does understand it. Yeah, hopefully that'll serve as a decent intro to working with CMake and VS Code. CMake itself is its own language. That's the thing I hate about it, is that you have so much to learn to be able to do robust CMake stuff. It's basically a scripting language of its own, but it is really just the best, most efficient, most correct way to set up a cross-platform project. Because that project that we just ran through, this guy, I can now just commit these two files to like a GitHub project, and then anybody with CMake can build and run it. Basically, it's really flexible. Yeah, back to where we were on the editor. We got the event subscriptions cleaned up correctly. Sort of. We got them cleaning up anyway, so that when we go to rebuild, everything still works. But when I click play, and then I click stop, and then I restart playback, we are seeing that the input stops working, and oh, that's interesting. So the input for the gamepad is working. Oh, and I think I know what that is. It's because the gamepad input is pulled, and then the mouse input is handled through window messages. So somehow the messages from my window layer are not being propagated up to the systems anymore. So let's take a look again at that unsubscribe call. Unsubscribe, editor, play callbacks. We go through all the editor, play callbacks, and we hit unsubscribe. Maybe, let me look at this code up here. Maybe it's being used too often. I think it is being used too often. I suspect what's happening is that this is being invoked on every single event registration. So the conditions that I'm running through is that when we invoke subscribe, we are checking whether we're in the editor and whether we're running. Those both must be true when I think that they're not. Let's go to runtime.cpp for the editor. Okay, and engine is running. Okay, and yeah, that's the that's part of the problem. So in the engine, when we go to create the engine runtime, we create it, then we set is running to false. And that's because is running is a member variable and not a static variable. Okay. So we're kind of in a circular situation here because I need to set is running to false in order to tell the engine that we are not running play and editor. But I can't do that until the runtime is created, and that's the creation of the runtime is where most of the low-level event registrations occur. So I'll need to change how I do this. I could make is running a static member of the class and then set it to false when we set is editor to be true. I think that's probably the most promising method. Let me take a quick survey of the elements inside of the class and decide whether that will do. The trouble is that this is not a purely static class. I depend upon instantiating the runtime as an object to handle cleanup code in the event of an unhandled exception. And run, I've been using run as a member method. So if I go to the entry point for enterprise games on the Windows platform, this is the entire entry point. We basically set up the win main, which is the equivalent of main for Windows programs. We start a try catch block, and inside the try catch block, we do everything else. We gather the command line options and we format it for use in the engine using static members of the engine runtime. Then we create the engine on the stack like this, and then we go into a do while loop where we call engine.run. I think that engine.run probably should be a member, but is running. Yeah, I'm gonna change is running to be a static. Wait, it is a static. Hang on. Oh, it was a static this whole time. Hang on. So actually, that makes my job even easier because all I have to do is back inside of runtime here. I can take the is running it's supposed to make an exe file, right? Yeah. So if it's building successfully, let me reopen that project. That was experiments. Hello world teammate. So this is the folder containing my project. Got the CMake lists and then the main.cpp. CMake Tools is doing behind the scenes is it's generating your build system, and that comes out into this folder. So in my case, it automatically sets up with Ninja because I set that up my preferences. In your case, it's probably setting up with Unix makefiles. This is the actual stuff that builds your game. The debug release with debug info, these folders will contain your output files. So I compiled in debug. So I went into the build folder, I went into debug, and we see my hello world.exe and the associated PDB file, which is basically it's a helper file on Windows for identifying your symbols, so you can step through your code with a debugger, and your debugger will know what the names of everything are. But yeah, this is it. And if I double click on it, it blinks in and out of existence really quick because it's a console app. Explain it to a 3-year-old. Okay, so this is CMake is a whole topic of its own. I won't probably be able to teach you how to use it, but explained to a 3-year-old, basically CMake is a build system generator. So the idea is that instead of shipping around a Visual Studio solution or Visual Studio project, like a project file that only works on Windows, you ship around your source code and this CMake lists file. And then on that person's computer, they run CMake on it, and it produces a build system tailored to their request. So for example, if I was to open up this window in the command console, so I'm here inside of that folder, I could do CMake, specify this is the source file, source folder, specify that I want to put the build system inside of build, let's call it build by CMD. So it's going to put the build system inside of the build by CMD folder. Then I specify a generator that is, let's do Visual Studio. I think it's like 17. Let me just double check. There's a list of generators that you can produce with. So yeah, Visual Studio 2019 is specified. Visual Studio 16 2019 is how that's specified. So what I'm doing here is I'm just calling CMake, saying use the source code in this folder, make build by CMD the location for the build system, and the build system I want is Visual Studio 2019. No project command is present. Top level must contain. Oh, whoops! I forgot to put a project in there. That's not very important for this situation. It's just doing one for me. In CMake list, you're supposed to do project to specify the name of your project or whatever, but it's just going to assume if you don't specify it. And now you see that it built me a build system. I go to build by CMD, and this build system looks different because I built a Visual Studio solution. And now I can open this up in Visual Studio. And it does everything exactly the same. It just runs that CMake executable, make sure that it is installed, or the value of CMake.CMake path setting contains the correct path. Okay, so it sounds like your CMake tools is not finding your version of CMake, which I thought that CMake got installed with CMake tools. Say CMake.exe. Yeah, so under C, yeah, let me open up that location. Yeah, so CMake gets installed with the CMake extension. So this whole path is Visual. Oh, this is with Visual Studio, not Visual Studio Code. Hang on. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe you have to install CMake separately. I don't know how you got your program to build though if you weren't if you didn't have CMake installed. So I'm afraid that your problem is going to be a technical support one and not a programming one. And so that's something that I won't be able to help you with. But I will refer you back to that link I put in the chat. This guy, because this goes over everything that you need to start working in VS Code. And if you're not able to figure this out, setting this up, or by going through one of the 100 plus YouTube tutorials on the topic, I would recommend starting with Visual Studio, because this is an advanced thing. Most C++ programmers who are starting out don't bother with this. They just start programming in Visual Studio because it sets up everything for you. Yeah. Sorry, man. I just got to move on. Maybe I'll do a tutorial video of my own in the future, because I don't know. I'll have to see what the field is like for CMake tutorials. For me, it was a kind of a long journey to understand how CMake worked and how to use correct modern CMake, because yeah, just like Python, CMake went through a whole bunch of iterations, and the oldest way of doing things is no longer the best way. Okay, but yeah, heading back to where was I? I was looking at the runtime.cpp for the editor. So up here where I said EP runtime is editor is true, I can just do runtime is running and set that equal to false. And then yeah, I was accessing it using the arrow operator, but that's actually not necessary here, because that's I don't know why I thought that it was a member variable, but it's actually a static. So I can just say engine equals new EP runtime, and it will already have been told that we are not in play mode. And that's exactly what we want. So is editor true, is running false, then we create it. Okay. Now I'm wondering whether I've been using the arrow operator in other places that it didn't need to. No, I guess not. All right, cool. So that's better. Let's rebuild and rerun. All right, moment of truth time. We hit play. We got a game in the window. And I hit stop. The thing stops. We hit play again. It starts over, and I've got my input back without a warning. So that's perfect. I think that's exactly what the doctor ordered. So that's task 1 in the bag. Perfect. Play editor starts and stops without any errors here. Now there's more problems to worry about, but unfortunately they're not the kind that generate errors or warnings. If I go to the debug console, yeah, we see bitmaps generated for non-power of 2 texture. We're seeing the load texture warning multiple times in a row, but this is only because I have properly written game code that actually loads and unloads the textures correctly when it loads and unloads. If I had a runtime, test state.cpp, inside of this test state, if I wasn't deleting my textures. Oh, hang on, I'm not deleting my textures. Hang on, that's interesting. The idea is that normally you would create your texture, and then you would delete them when you're done with it in your state code. But if you're writing a game, you might forget to do that, and you might need to have the engine clean that up for you. Well, problem for another day. All right, man. Yeah, good luck with that. That's it. What you're looking into doing with getting started with C++, with CMake and building from source in VS Code, that's actually probably more of an intermediate thing than a beginner thing. So hopefully, like, if you get past this as your first attempt, then you're off to the races. But yeah, I'll see you when I see you. Thanks for being here. All right. Well, let's not save changes to that file, and I'm going to close all of these open files, and we're going to go back to where we were with the documentation. So we're going to look through each system one by one, make sure that everything's being cleaned up. We're inside of the events class right now. So what we just did is we managed to clean up, at the end of play and editor, we managed to clean up all of the event subscriptions, which is good. That's what we want. And there's nothing else to do here, it looks like, so we're going to move on to the next system. Let's take a look at the time system. I don't think we really have anything in here, excuse me, to worry about, because there's not a lot of state involved with the time system. I mean, there is, you know, the current frames delta time and the current running time. That's technically state, but that's state that changes every frame anyway, and we're okay jumping in and out no matter what the state is. There is timescale though, so there's a option. If you go EP time set timescale, you can tell the game to run your game code slower, and this is how you do bullet time effects and things. And a lot of game engines do this. Unity has time. I think it's called timescale. I forget. But you can basically set in a value by which to say, all right, for every 1 second, how many seconds do I want to pass in the game? So this is state that should be reset whenever you stop playback. Let's review where I set timescale. So when I invoke time init, I set the timescale there. I'll also want to set it on exiting play mode. So the time system is going to need to have its own cleanup. Let's do that. Oh, this is the wrong time.h. Here we go. In VS Code, if you have a CPP file open and you hit Alt-O, it's supposed to go to its header, but it doesn't work quite as good as Visual Studio's version of that function, because what it does is it just looks for anything in your source path that matches the file name and ends in .h. And in my case, I have a time.cpp, but time.h is another system header, and it keeps opening up that one instead of my desired header, which is annoying. Yeah, so we got the init, here we go. Init, platform init, cleanup. So in here, we'll need static void cleanup. I'm gonna say editor play cleanup. I think that might be a more clear title for the cleanup method. And I'm actually going to rename cleanup editor play in all the places that we just added it to be editor play cleanup. Oh, except for that's the files to include and not the replace. There we go. Boop. And this also brings it in line with the game entry point where we have editor play init and editor play cleanup. So that language is now consistent. Anyway, we've got editor play cleanup added to time.h. In time.cpp, we will add it below. There we go. So there's the regular cleanup. And we'll do void time editor play cleanup. And then from here we will say basically set timescale to 1.0, except for that takes a double. Yeah, and that should be it. Now I just need to make sure that editor play cleanup gets invoked with runtime.cpp's editor play cleanup, which is here. So we got the event system cleanup. I'll do time first. I'll do time editor play cleanup. And I'm gonna make this a standard call. I'm gonna replace unsubscribe editor play callbacks. I'm gonna replace that with editor play cleanup. Yeah, and that'll make it explicitly clear. So editor play cleanup is, I'm gonna add that to the list of core calls. That's going to be invoked by its parent, editor play cleanup, and then it invokes editor play cleanup on all these. And then when you take a look at this method, you say, okay, when is this invoked? It's invoked when we are cleaning up from editor play. That's a good system. Cool. Now we got time editor play cleanup being invoked from here. All right, so that's good. Let's make sure that all that recompiles, and then move on. Okay, so events in time. Let's take a look at file now. There's not really a lot of state that happens when you go to end playback, end play in editor with the file system. So the file system has a redirection that happens when you load your game module. So the native file path conversion to the virtual file system, that happens when you load the game module and unload it. And we got that all figured out like a month ago on stream. And then when you go to load and save text files in your game code, those are done by objects anyway. So normally what you do is you construct a file text loader or reader, and so on and so forth. And if you're directly handling save text file and so on and so forth, then those methods return when they're done anyway. So yeah, okay, we can skip right over the file system. Let's take a look at input now. So these are the members of the input class. So we got bind controller. Yeah, so there's the issue of controller bindings. Those need to be flushed. So when you're playing a game, there's going to be a lot of situations where you're going to be binding and unbinding controllers depending on the situation. So for example, if you're playing a party game like Super Smash Bros. Clone, then you're probably going to want to have the ability for people to pick up and then join the game with different controllers after the game is already launched. But you're only going to want to set that up at specific times. So you would use bind controller in the lobby game state, and then it would have to be cleaned up after that state is popped. So that would be an example of where you would need to bind a controller and then unbind it when you're moving to the next state. So you start Plane Editor, it binds, and then you stop Plane Editor, it needs to unbind. So this is something we need to worry about. Bind context file. So I think we're going to need to do a similar system to what we did with the events callbacks, which is that in the event that we are in Plane Editor, we will start tracking all the stuff that needs to be destroyed, and then destroy it when we leave the Plane Editor. So that seems simple enough. And that compilation from all the find and replace seems to be working correctly. So cool. Let's go back to input.cpp, and let's take a look at bind controller. Are we still inside of the same playlist? It looks like we are. We're nearly done with it though. Yeah, so bind controller. Got some insertions to make sure everything is on the up and up. If stream is greater than or equal to stream bindings.size, then we need to bind that stream. This has to do with the fact that we support an unlimited number of players in theory, or in principle, and we have to expand the tracking for every input stream. Every time it's beyond the current bounds. Okay, so these encapsulate everything that is allocated and changed when we are in Plane Editor and so on and so forth. And if we go to unbind actually already has all the code we need for undoing all of that. So like we did with the event system, we just need to track the details that we need to plug back into unbind controller, which is really simple actually. When you bind a controller, you have to provide an input stream. We don't actually care about that when we go to unbind, because we specify the controller, and then any input stream that is bound to it will disconnect from, which makes sense if you think about it, because like if you have player 1 is bound to Xbox Gamepad 2, and then that controller dies, like its battery goes out, we don't care who is using that controller. We just need to unbind them if they're bound. So in this case, what we need to do is we need to track the controller IDs that were bound during Plane Editor. So we'll do static input controller ID, but actually we need to do this as an std vector of those, and it'll be editor. I'll just do plain English. Edit controllers bound during PIE for Plane Editor, or I'll say editor play to be exact. And now that we've got that vector, we can in here say if runtime is editor, and runtime is running, then we will push back the controller parameter. And we're using pushback instead of in place back because we're not invoking an explicit constructor. We are simply copying in the parameter passed from here. And it looks like the input system now needs to be made friends with the runtime. Okay. I'm starting to rethink. I'm starting to wonder whether my current system of having systems friend other systems on the low end, on the enterprise library side, I'm starting to wonder whether that's a great idea, or the best way to go about this. The idea is that I want those systems to be accessible in game code, but then those systems still have private members that only the other systems can see. But what's starting to happen is I'm starting to have to make every system have a whole list of friends, and friends are supposed to be like a thing that you do very sparingly. So, like, for example, runtime is already friends with window, file, and events. The other runtimes, that's perfectly excusable, but yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll just keep doing it for now, and then later on, if I think it needs to change, I'll do it as a refactor. So now we're finding the input class. Is input even included? It's not, so we'll do include enterprise/input.h. Cool. And now we've got friend class input. And then in here, we should see that warning go away. Cool. So now when we go to bind a controller, we got controllers bound during editor play.pushback, and we're pushing back that controller. So now when we go to clean up, we can clear out all of that. Huh. It's just occurred to me that I might have overlooked something when I was doing the editor code that I'm gonna have to deal with here. Or sorry, the event code. Because I just realized that you can manually unsubscribe. So if you manually subscribe, then you manually unsubscribe, editor play callbacks is still tracking that subscription. So if we go to unsubscribe, how does that pan out? Okay, so in the case of callback pointers for the event system, that's actually okay, because what'll happen is that if you've manually unsubscribed the type and the callback, it'll invoke unsubscribe, and it'll iterate through the list of callbacks, which at this point would be empty, and so it won't actually try and double delete a callback or something like that. That's fine. In the case of binding the controllers, though, let's take a look at what happens if we try to unbind a controller that is not bound. So we'll say if controller is controller ID 1, meaning it's the keyboard and mouse, then we just set the boolean that it's assigned to false. Otherwise, we will change the assigned stream to stream ID 0 for the gamepad in question. And that's done by accessing the index of the gamepad in the gamepad buffers, which is just a vector. Okay. So far so good. That's fine. we're just doubling up on an unassigned stream ID 0 if it's already 0. Associated stream binding iterator. We find the stream binding for the controller inside of there. So if associated stream binding is not equal to end, so if we find the associated stream binding, then we dereference the stream and so we dereference it and we assign it controller ID 0. So we're telling this stream at that point to stop associating with the controller. So actually this can handle invoking unbind controller on a controller that's already not bound. And I guess that makes sense, because if you have a controller disconnect message, then you can just call unbind on that controller, not caring about whether it's bound. Okay, cool. So we're okay. So the system that we started working with before should work here. So in this case, we have the ifdef ep build dynamic. So we have the tracking for the controllers that were bound during play in editor. Let me set up the ifdef up here before I forget. I think we just left, yeah, we officially have left the playlist we were in. Let's pick another one that won't give me a copyright strike, ideally. I'm gonna change to Hollow Knight ambience. I think it's just a great choice for programming. There we go. Cool. Yeah, that's good. That's good. And now when we go down to cleanup, I'm going to add a cleanup call for input.cpp or input.h, and we're going to add a cleanup for the editor play, and that's down here. So we'll do static void editor play cleanup. And then in the CPP file, we'll add that above input cleanup, void input editor play cleanup. And there we go. Cool. And all of this is going to be conditionally compiled as well. And if EP build dynamic like that. Good. And then we need to take the controllers bound during editor play, and we need to unbind all of them. So we're going to do this as a nested for loop, or not a nested for loop, a range-based for loop. I need another cup of coffee, I think. So this will be for every controller ID inside of this. So we'll say const controller ID ID in controllers bound during editor play. This is a simple value, so I'm not going to do it by reference. I'm just going to do it by copy. No, fuck it. I'll do it as a reference. So for every ID and controllers bound during editor play, we will call unbind controller on it, like so. Except for this accepts just a, yeah, I guess it's passing by value anyway, so let's undo that. I'll leave constant there just for clarity, but just to make it clear that we're not modifying it. Cool, so we pass in the ID, controllers bound. That should probably be it, actually. So now we just need to add input editor play cleanup into the runtime. And we'll put it down here. And it looks like the runtime and the input are already friends, so we don't have to make any crazy changes there. Cool. Okay, so that's one thing. Oh, and I need to go to controllers bound during editor play and toggle clear on it to empty it for the next editor play. I'll hit F7 on that, make sure that it's building correctly before moving on. And let's look at while it's doing that, let's take a look at the API again and look for the next thing. So we got bind controller, we just took care of that. We also have loaded context files. So if we load an input context data file, how should we handle that? Okay, this actually gets a little tricky. There's a conflict that I didn't anticipate here. The way that input contexts work is that you have an INI file that specifies how your input maps. So if I go to, I think it's testinput.ini, yeah. So for my simple game demos, I've been using this INI file, which contains the mappings of all of my keyboard and gamepad controls that I might want to actions and axes. This might be familiar to you if you've worked in another game engine. So in the case of the exit key and the toggle key, I have the keyboard escape key and the keyboard tab key being applied to those at the time that you release those keys. And then for the gamepad, I have the same actions bound to the options button and the menu button, which is Xbox One speak for the start and the back button. So the idea is that you load this, and then when you want to instantiate a context with this definition, you just call input. I think it's input bind context, or maybe I forget how I worded it in the API. Bind context. So you take and you instantiate an object on the stack with this definition, and the idea is that you can have multiple instances of the same context, and then the one above will block the one below if you want. Now the unforeseen consequence that I mentioned is that what if you set up a load for a context file inside game sysint. So if you're setting up not your game code, but your game systems. Because remember, if we go back to the editor, so back in the editor, the game systems are loaded when you load the project, not when you start playing editor. So if you have a game system that watches for input based off of a configuration file, what if you're working inside of the editor and change that configuration file? The game system wouldn't update to reflect those changes. At least they don't at the moment. So that's something to worry about. I'm going to take a bit to mull that over. I'm going to go make another cup of coffee and wake myself up a little bit before coming back to this. Because this is probably a change that's going to need to happen at a lower level. So that way game developers can just use the same API for both their game systems and their game states. Oh, hey, Joyo. The C++ configs were wrong. Which configs were those? The settings in VS Code? Wrong compiler path. Yeah. Normally, when you hit inside of here, you say scan for gets, it finds the compiler path for you. It didn't do that in your case, where it found the wrong one. That's too bad. Yeah, I was just about to go on break when you popped back in. I'm gonna quickly do that. Didn't find the one I was searching. Yeah, I see what you mean. Did you get it fixed then? Is it actually compiling and running and stuff now? Perfect. That's awesome. Yeah. Sweet. Yeah, so I'm going to be back in probably like 10 minutes or so. Yeah, just going to make some coffee and some water. Come back and deal with this newfangled issue with how we handle loading file or loading input contexts. All right, see you in a little bit. That's interesting. My oh, all right. I was getting my keys confused. All right, so I'm back, and my microphone is on. Good. Another thing that I had changed was which quick keys go to which scenes. All right. So anyway, I'm back. I've got coffee, which is still too hot to drink. Got water, which is it's room temperature. But yeah, while I was doing all that, I got to thinking about how to handle the problem of re-registering input. And it occurred to me that there's actually no harm in attempting to re-register input. Here's what I mean by that. If we go to the input system, and we take a look at what happens when you go to load a context file, we actually already handled the case where the context file had been loaded already. If it had been, we simply reload it. So something that we could do is we could simply reload the files every time we exit Play in Editor, and that's totally fine. However, that still doesn't fully answer the question of how we handle the situation where you have the editor running, you have a game system that depends on a context file, and you edit the context file while the editor is running. How does that get reloaded? And that problem actually probably will extend to a bunch of other kinds of things as well, a bunch of other kinds of systems. So, for example, if you make a change to a GLSL file, and you have a game system that depends on that, you want to recompile and reuse the GLSL file, even though the system itself is still running even when you stop Play in Editor. So it's occurred to me that I'm going to need to actually have a robust system in place in the editor anyway. So the editor is going to need, at some point, I'm going to need to have it start tracking these content files, watching for changes made to them, and then responding appropriately when it detects changes. So for the case of the input, what I can do is I can have the editor track all the files that are loaded by the game systems, and then when a change is made and you save changes to that file, the operating system will trigger an event back to the editor, and the editor will know that we should reload that input file. So that's something that's going to require its own infrastructure, and it's going to be applicable for a broad variety of things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to split this into two tasks. I'm going to write the one I'm not going to get to today to my Trello board. And this will be in the editor. This will be an editor thing. We'll go to track input. So I'll say add content file tracking for game systems. I'll throw depends on pending systems, and then I'll say critical because that's well, it's not critical. I should say. I should say it's necessary in quality. It's not critical because if I don't ever do this, then it'll still work, but you just have to close and reopen the editor in order to see those changes, and that's or close and reopen the project, and that's not good, but it's not critical. So basically, we'll say when a game system loads a data file, such as such as input mappings or context definitions, or GLSL files, track changes made to them, and reload them. And I'm just doing a quick mental gut check on this problem. There is another complication to this idea as well. There's always more complications, isn't there? Because outside of the data files that's loaded by the enterprise APIs, so the stuff that's built into the core enterprise library, there's also going to be game-specific stuff. So if you have a game system that depends on loading and reloading specific data files, would there be a situation where the editor needs to track game-specific data files, files that are defined not by me, but by whoever's using the engine? So an example of this might be like a configuration file for a system. So maybe for example, you have a renderer that uses an INI file to define its customization options, and that INI file is where you would store your customization options on the player's computer. So they change their preferences in the game's graphic settings, and then it stores to this INI file. This is something that you would normally load at launch and only reload when the player changes it. How would a game system like that, running in the enterprise editor, respond to changes made outside of the editor? One solution might be to just disallow, to just not handle this outside of the editor, just make it an interface inside of the editor. But that kind of dodges the question in principle, because the question in principle is, what if a game system needs to load a custom data file at init time, and I might not be able to think of every situation where that might be an option. So I think what I probably will wind up doing in those situations where we're loading custom data or having to reload custom data files when they're modified while the editor's running, I think I'm going to need to give the game system like a specific API for that, to say, watch for changes to this file. If there are changes, please notify via this callback. Yeah, and that's still a ways off, but I think that's... I'll jot these thoughts down before I move on. And I'll just deal with that part later. So that's the first half of this problem. The second half is actually way easier to solve, and something that I can do now. If I go back to here. the second half is just to take and whenever, heading back to input.cpp, whenever we go to load a file, we just do the same check that we do for play in editor. And then in editor play cleanup, we can simply unload all those references. Load context file. So the way that I currently have this going is that you load it once, and then it remains in the memory for the lifetime of the program until you go to reload that file, and it would just replace what you had. Now, because you might rename a file at runtime, that this has the potential to balloon. If we were to just leave the system as is. So I'm actually going to need to add a unload context file situation. So I can take a specific context file and decrement its reference count, and then unload it when we're not using it anymore. Or no, that won't work. I'll need to just have something to unload the context file. So let's add that method. We'll do void input unload context file. And in this case, I suppose, yes, we will need to know both the path and the fallback path. So the way that that this normally works is that you specify the first place to look, and then if it's not there, then you specify the fallback path. So in the case of a shipped game, you'll have a template INI file stored inside of the installation directory, and then you have a copy that's user specific, that's customizable inside of the player's persistent data folder. And then at runtime, we first check the persistent data folder, and if it's not there, then we go to the fallback path and copy it to the output path. Oh, but you know what? Hang on. I don't think actually offhand that we do create the fallback path. Let me double check. If we don't, then if exists, so if, hang on. Virtual path to native fallback path to the mnative path. Okay, yeah. So actually we do make a copy. So when we go to yeah, so it'll copy a copy from the fallback path to the native path. So actually, I can do if I go back to input.cpp, I can do unload context file with just the regular path. And I don't know why these aren't const references. Yeah, those should be const references. So we're not copying strings all over again. Oh, but I put it after the variable name instead of the type. All right. And underneath load, we will do EP API static void unload context file. Accepting a const std string reference to path. Okay. Oh, and yeah. Let me quickly do a load peek file. Unload. Well, I should be a little more precise. I should say unload context definitions loaded by an INI file. And I'm saying it this way because technically speaking, you can actually reuse the same INI file for other things. So you can have an INI file that contains your input maps as well as graphics configurations or things like that. So what this does is it actually will just take out only the input definition sections and use those and then ignore the rest. And then this can do something similar where it will unload the definitions that were loaded by that file, even though the file itself may not be explicitly a context definition file. Okay, we'll say virtual path to the INI file to unload. And then we don't have a return value, so we're good. Okay, and then it's a little bit more explicit. Cool, and let's head back to input.cpp, where we got the unload, and we need to pass in the const std string reference path, like that. Cool. And now we need to do the unloading stuff. All right. Now, even though you can, as you can see, this load context file section is actually fairly long, it's actually probably going to be way simpler to clean up after it, because I think we can just copy paste this code to flush the previously loaded stuff down here. And then instead of .count context name, I need to get, oops. Oh, hang on. Yeah, actually, I do need to, Okay, so this might be a little bit of a problem. The way that I was handling this before was that I tracked the loaded context definitions specifically by their names, and that was it. Now I need to also be able to look them up by their file. And it's important that I look them up by their file, because if you modify the file and then remove the header for the or change the spelling of the header for a input context definition, then all of a sudden it's not going to unload. So I'm going to need to change how this works. So the way that the load context file works is that we use the helper class INI reader, basically accepts the path, the fallback path, and then it takes in a filter for which sections to use. So I say input dot, so anything that's inside of the input group, all of the, if I go back to test input.ini, by that I mean input dot, and then whatever follows the dot is the context definition. And then we just iterate through all of those sections, the sections that start with input dot. And then from here, we update we clear the stuff that goes into the context registry, and then we get the data, do some math on it, And ultimately, everything that we do here goes into context registry underneath the key context name. Because context registry has actions and axes as sub elements to the context class. Okay, yeah, so that seems straightforward enough. So what I need to do then is on the context registry, I can leave that as it is, but I do need to associate the path to each context name that we pull out of it. So I'm going to need to add a new static data structure. This is actually something that I'm going to be leaving inside of shipping games, so I'm going to not put it inside of ifdef for the dynamic builds. Here we go. So below the input context registry, I'm also going to put an std map of hash name, but I'm going to map it to another hash name. So the first is going to be the hash of the path to the file that loaded the context. And then the second is going to be the second's actually going to be a list, sorry. So this would be I guess it'd be an std vector of hash names. So the key is the hash of the path to the file, and then what follows is the list of all of the context names that came out of that file, and then we can plug each of those into the context registry to find the context definition that was loaded from that file, if that makes sense. So this would be I don't think I need to use this outside of input CVP, so we're just going to do this as a static member, and we'll say context definition by path, and I'll rethink that name later before I go to commit it. Okay, and then when we go to the loading here, this is where we were pushing the actions and axes into the context registry. At the time that we go to clear it, we will also need to clear context definitions by path, hash of the path, dot clear. Because at the time that we flush out everything that's inside of all the data that's inside of the file, then we can start over. And actually, now that I'm reading this, I'm realizing that there's another bug that was going to happen that I just didn't anticipate. Because the way that this originally worked was that I was getting all of the headers from the file as it is now, and then flushing out all the headers from the file as it is now. But the data that's already in the context registry isn't from the file as it is now, it's from the file as it was when we first loaded it. So actually, this whole thing has got to change a little bit. Instead of going through each context name, we need to do the flushing up here. And actually probably even before. So you got, first you flush the previously loaded context stuff, then you load the file and start populating again. That makes sense to me. So the way that we would do that is we would use that new static map that we just set up, which did I do as a, hang on. Yeah, I just did it as an STD map. So we would do for, I guess that'd be an input context class. So for every context in, no, that's not right. We don't even need to use a for loop. So we would use context registry dot erase, and then we would need to tell it the key, the context name. So for these, yeah, we would need a for loop. So we would do for, trying to remember the names of all the things. It was context definitions by path. So for every context, I don't really remember what's in there, so I'll just say auto. Auto it inside of context definitions by path. That is a pair of hash names and a pair. So the key and the value, right? So the key is going to be the path. And then the vector is going to be, right, so context definition by path, we pass in the hash of the path that was specified up here. And then the type that we get back is the vector of all of the context names that were loaded by that path. Okay, I think I'm following. I think I'm following myself. Good, so this is actually going to be a vector of hash names then. So we'll say, yeah, we'll say a const std vector of type hash name by reference, and it'll be context name. So for every context name inside of context definitions by path, oh, except for I don't need to make that a vector. We're getting a hash, every hash name inside of that vector. Okay, good. So for every context that was loaded by that file, we will then go to context registry.erase for the context name. Okay, that tracks. And I think, yeah, I think that's even better, because what we were doing before was we were going in and clearing the actions and axes. I am now clearing out the key entirely. So that way, if we go to add another key, we don't still have the old key in the tree. That is, if we were to rename an input context definition at runtime, it would completely clear out the old name, which is what we want. Cool. And then once we've done that, once we've gone through and erased all of the stuff from the context registry that was loaded by the file we're about to reload, oh man, this is a mess. We go from there into deleting context definition by path. We clear out the vector containing all of the stuff from that path, so that it's free to populate this next time. Okay, I think that tracks. I think that works. Good. So, now we're back to where we were before, except for now we have the ability to unload correctly. So let's do that. So down here, what we need to do is we need to identify all of the contexts that were loaded by this context file and unload them. Yeah. So we'll do for const hash name reference context name in context definitions by path of the path that's provided in the parameter. We then need to unload the data associated with it, and that's going to be done by context registry. Dot erase the key context name. And then we can clear definitions by path. We can clear out the key from context definitions by path. Okay, that seems to be simple enough. But I feel like I'm overlooking something now, not related to this problem specifically, but related to a future use case. Oh, I know what it is. I know what. So there's something that was. I was getting a mental itch from something that I saw, and I think what the thing I'm thinking of is that what if there are two INI files that have the same name for an input context? So that is, if you call load context file on one definition file, then call load context file on another, and they both have a context of the same name. So that would result in the situation where if you supplant one input context definition by another, then unload the first file, the second file's definition would be unloaded, which could be unexpected behavior. So I need to issue a error message or a warning message if somebody tries to load a context file containing a definition that was loaded by another file. Okay. Yeah, so I'll need to issue a warning here in the load context file. I can't think of a good reason why you might want to have the same input context name in multiple INI files in the same project. I don't see a good reason for that, because the whole point is that you have a single source of truth for your input context definitions. So you should only have one loaded at a time. So a warning is going to be necessary. So how would we do that? We would, well, first we need to open up the file to see what's in it. And then we would need to check whether the context actually exists inside of the context registry. So we would say, ooh, that's okay. So the nature of this check means that I have to do it first. I have to load the upcoming file first before I flush the data for the previously loaded context. So we load the file. We have a for loop for So we load the file, we go through every section that contains an input context definition. And it's inside of this for loop that we have all of the contexts. I can't think of a very elegant way to track this using the system that I've got. Because this has to occur before we go to load And yet we're not going to want to do that inside of the for loop for every section in the file. But we have to do the test within this loop because we get every section in the file. We need to confirm or assert that we need to assert that they're not loaded by another file. I'm wondering whether I want to do this right now. It's 1 o'clock. I've been going for 3.5 hours live. Yeah, I'm on the fence about that. I think I need to have an additional structure. I mean, that would add more complexity, but the trouble is that I definitely want to clear this before I go through the loop, because I don't want a key to be left in the context registry for contexts that were not specified in the new INI file, the reloading INI file. But at the same time, I will need to track Oh, I've got it. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this section, the context definitions by path dot erase. I'm going to take that and place it after the for loop. Wait, that's not right. Because I need that to be empty before we start populating it. Hang on a second. Okay, yeah, so I will put this in the same order as I had originally. So we start by flushing this, but before I go to erase context definition by path, I'm going to store the contents of the context definition by path into like an old context definitions by path. And that will give me the ability to compare inside of the for loop to see whether the previous file contained this definition. I think. Let me code it and then we'll get through. Code first and ask questions later. Context definitions by path. At the hash of the path. We would do old. This would be a vector, I believe. Yeah, vector of hash names. So an std vector. Def names in old file, and I'll assign it to be a copy of the vector from context definition by path at the start of the load. So if this is empty, then this will just have an empty vector, so the logic will hold going forward. Okay. So now we have the definition names in the old file. We find all of the definition names, all the context definition names through the for loop. Well, this will give me the ability to compare about the same INI file. I need the ability to compare against old INI files, or sorry, other INI files. So INI files with a different name for the file name. So I think I know what I need to do now. Okay, let's head back up to the top where we had this stuff. We have the context registry, which simply takes the context name and returns the loaded context definition. Then we have a map associating context definition by path. So we pass in the path, we get back all of the context names that were loaded by that file. I think what I need instead, or need for this specific test, I need to have paths by context definition name. So that is, you pass in the hash of the definition name. So you pass in the return value of the pass in the key to the context registry that you're dealing with, and it will give you back the name of the path that loaded it, or the hash of it, so you can compare. So this will be path that loaded context def, and I'll for sure need to retitle these variables before I commit this, but for the sake of getting this working. Okay, and then I can get rid of def names in old file. So, perfect. So just like before, we clear out the context definition by path, and we clear out the context registry of all of those. But I still can take a path name and check which path loaded it. Or sorry, I can still take a context name and still see the path that loaded it. So this is fine. Inside of the for loop, where we start to populate all this stuff, we need to do a check. So I can actually do that right away. We have the context name. We would access context definitions by path. We would access the path that loaded it originally, and we would say if that doesn't equal the hash name of the path we are loading, or no, I say and it's not equal to 0, Actually, that's not what I want to do. I want to do if context definition by path dot count context name. So we're first checking whether or not the context definition by path map has an entry. Because if it doesn't, then we haven't loaded this context before. And if it does, we check to see whether or not it is equal to the path. What's the problem? Oh, sorry, path that loaded context def. I'm using the wrong. Yeah, okay, I'm doing the wrong logic. All right, so the path that loaded the context definition, we check to see whether or not we have an element in there. And then if we do, we check to see whether that path matches the path that we are loading now. And if it doesn't, then that means that if we reach the contents of this block, that means that we had loaded a context with this name before, but it was a different file, which indicates that either the developer changed the name of the name or the path to the context definition file while they were working in the editor, or they have multiple INI files that are loading, that are defining the same named input context definition. I think I said that right. So at this point, we would need to do EP warn, and we would say input load context file, and we would say context or input context definition blank was previously loaded by a different file. Loaded from a different INI file. And then I'll say previous, and then current, like so. So, and then I need to pass in the items. So input context definition, I need to get the name, so we'll say hash name to string of the context name is what we called it. And then we need the previous and the current. So that's going to be, this is the previous, and then the current is, or it's just the hash of the path, right? Okay. And Clang format that to make it a little bit easier to read. Yeah, input context definition blank was previously loaded from a different INI file, and then I provide the paths to those files. Okay, and then I proceed like normal. I issue it as a warning. I should probably clarify why this might be a problem. Attempting to unload this file, or attempting to unload the old file may, I should say will. I should say may. Attempting to unload the old file may remove definition. Yeah, that works. Man, I sure love Clang format. I love that I can just Alt-Shift-F and it automatically puts everything in a beautiful looking block. Alright. I think it's a sufficient warning. Now I need to actually clear out. Like so. So at this point I will now set the path to be the one that we are loading from. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I think I have forgotten to yeah, I need to do this. Yeah, I actually need to tell the load and unload logic that this context was loaded by this file. Okay, and I should rename that because there's I'm missing an F or an S. Context definitions by path. Okay, cool. Cool. All right, I think that's working. Let's head back down to the unload code. We are. Yeah, so at this point we just go through the context registry and we delete any that were loaded by this path. And then I need to specify path that loaded context def dot erase. I need to put this in the loop. Context name. Okay. So that way, when we go to unload the context file, the path that loaded the context definition is cleared. So we're not thinking that it was loaded by a file that we just unloaded because it's empty. And then, yeah, we should be good to go. So I think that that's working. I'm not actually invoking this code yet, but I'm just going to press F7 to build all and confirm that it compiles. We're nearly at 4 hours streaming, and I think I'm going to call it a day. I think 4 hours is a long enough session for live coding. So I think I'm probably going to do 4-hour sessions when I do a fixed schedule for Twitch. I think that's a good number. There we go. So that all compiled correctly. I appear to be able to play and stop play and do things fine. So I didn't break anything. And just to be extra sure, I'm going to launch the other two targets as well. So this is the standalone, all-in-one executable version, and this is the launcher project running the game through a DLL, and that's working good. All right, cool. So now, after all that, we have a method by which to unload context definitions, and we have error tracking in case somebody misuses this API. So now we need to invoke it. We need to invoke it whenever we go to stop playback. Okay, so for that, we're going to need to track which definitions were loaded during play in editor. So we'll say static std vector. That'll be a vector of the keys that we need to invoke unregister, and that's going to be, I believe it was the hash of the context name and the hash of the path. Load context, unload context file. It was unloading by the path itself. Yeah, that makes sense. We just need to store the hash of the path. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I should change this API up. Instead of accepting a const string reference, I'm gonna accept a hash name. And then it'll come in pre-hashed, like so. Path. Yep. And then let me go to the header file and change that. Yep. Okay. And the purpose of that is that when I go to store the key, I'm storing not the string but the hash. And I'm also making it kind of clear for the developer that they don't need to save the path itself to the file. They can just store the hash if they're not already storing the string. Okay, good. And then heading back up to the top, got a lot of little errors now, because I think I left that line broken. Yeah, so we're going to do a vector now of a hash name. So this is going to be a list of all the context definition names loaded during play in editor. Loaded during editor play. Really long, bad naming, but I'll fix it later. Cool, so we've got the vector, and then when we go down to load context file, we will now be able to push back the hash of the path if we are in play in editor. So we'll do ifdef ep build dynamic and if of the same variety. And then inside this block, we will do context defs loaded during editor play dot pushback, and we'll do pushback of. Actually, I can do in place back on this one because I can invoke an explicit constructor of the hash name type, I believe. Yeah. Except for this is supposed to be the paths and not the defs. Okay, let me context paths. Context file paths loaded during editor play. Man, that's a mouthful. But yeah, we'll do that here. Unload can remain unchanged. Okay, and now we're at the point where we can do, inside of editor play cleanup, we can do the unload. So we'll do say for, and I'll put this above the controllers. For const, well, I'll just say for every hash name. ID in path. for every path in context file paths loaded during editor play, we will invoke unload context file on that path. All right, and then we would say dot clear on the context file paths loaded during editor play. Okay, I think that's all we need. Gonna rebuild that. We are now tracking every single file that's loaded. Oh, I forgot something. I forgot. Here we go. I forgot to actually specify if runtime is editor and is running. So if we're the editor, if we're running, we will then do the following. Yeah. Okay, because otherwise this will occur even when we're loading the core game stuff. Okay, I got some errors though, so this is unrelated. No matching member function for call to destruct. Okay, so that in place back is a problem. So what we'll do is we'll say push back, and we'll use the hash name constructor on the path. That should work fine. Okay, and let's run it. And it doesn't seem like we're breaking anything, which is, an important base to cover, but it's actually not where this problem starts or stops. In order to test this, I actually have to have a system try and load and then unload, or a game state, try and load and unload a input context file. Oh, and actually I have that happening. I do. Inside of the test state that I've got loaded, inside of this, the input that I'm running is loaded from a context file, and it's only loaded when you start Play in Editor. So let me, right? I think that's right. Test state.cpp. Yeah, because it's a init call. We do load context file here. So this is where we load the context file. And this is invoked when the state's created, which is created in test game.cpp's init call. Here, regular game init, which is invoked by editor play init. Okay, so it should be working already. We just need to confirm whether or not that stopped memory leaking. Let me go to unload, or sorry, I'm in the wrong file. Unload context file here. I'm just going to go ahead and set a breakpoint to confirm that it's being invoked. Okay. It's not been invoked yet. I gotta stop, and it's being invoked. Okay, good. And taking a look at I'll add a couple of things to the watch window. I want to watch the contents of context registry, which at this point is 0. I want to watch the tracking items as well. Context definitions by path. Okay. So if the cleanup is working correctly, we should see every time we hit this breakpoint that context registry its size will be 0, path that loaded context definitions should be 0, and context definitions by path should be 1, because this is the line that would take that last element out. Cool. All right, so let's continue. Play, and we got the input back. And let's stop. And look at that. Okay, the cleanup is working correctly. Yeah. So it is unloading the context file stuff every time we stop play in editor. And that's perfect. Okay, and I think we're about to where I'm gonna stop for today's work on the stream. There's two things I gotta consider now. I'm gonna try and wrap up before I finish. The first is that, well, actually they're both the same thing, but for different classes. I need to make sure that this cleanup code is invoked for every single item when the game project is unloaded. So, when we go to input cleanup, here, inside of this section, I need to make sure that we are unloading everything from the context registry. Context registry.clear. Okay, so the context registry is being completely cleared out. That's good. But now I also need to clear out these additional elements. Context definitions by path needs to be cleared like that. And then path that loaded context definition needs to be cleared as well. Cool. And that'll unload all of the members that we had loaded. So we should be good to close and reopen the project without the input definitions causing a problem. And then there was input tracking or binding tracking, these guys. Context file definition or context file paths. Sorry, controllers bound during editor play. Those need to be cleared as well. Actually, no, they don't. They're already cleared. Whenever we exit play in editor, they're cleared. Yeah, so that's actually all there is for input. I'll rebuild that, make sure that it compiles. And then for the events system, we have to do the same thing. We have to make sure that the cleanup code that we had invoked is invoked during regular cleanup as well. So events cleanup, basically we just erase all the callback pointers. This is the map between all the callback types and all the lists of all the callback pointers. That gets erased totally. Editor play callbacks. Yeah, we need to clear. Well, editor play callbacks is invoked every time play in editor is finished, so that's fine. And if we take a look at what happens in the unsubscribe, really all we're doing inside of unsubscribe is we're affecting the data in callback pointers. So yeah, we're golden. So this should be ready to go. If I was to click play and then stop and then close project and then confirm that it unloaded the module. Yeah, unloaded testgame.dll. And then we go to file open close project. File open project and then open up testgame.epproj and confirm that it rebinds and reloads and then hit play and we got a problem. What is that? I suspect that the problem arises from graphics somewhere. Maybe we're not popping a frame buffer or something when we go to unload the project. But we're not crashing either. And I suspect that we're probably not dealing with a memory leak on the input or the event side. After I've gone through every system and made sure every system cleans up correctly in the case of play in editor and closing and reloading the project. I'll have to do some testing to make sure that there's no memory leaks. But yeah, I think we're off to a pretty good start. We've got it set up now so that when we start and stop playback with Play and Editor, it is at the very least not leaving behind any crap from the previous run with regards to the events callbacks and with regards to the input system. So yeah, I think we're off to a pretty good start. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. There's gonna be more maintenance work after this. I probably will do some of it off stream because it tends to be a little bit dry programming work, and I'll need to come up with a schedule so that way I have a regular time that I'm going to be coming in and working on this stuff. But sweet. Thanks for popping in. Hope you have a great day. See you later.